To order the regular council meeting of Wednesday, April 22nd at 5 o'clock in Cayce City Hall chambers. The press and public have been notified according to the Freedom of Information Act.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Who has our vacation this evening? Councilman Carter?
Yes. Pray with me if you will. Heavenly Father, we come today to thank you for all the many things and the many blessings you give to us daily. We ask that you be with this council as we make decisions on behalf of the city. We ask that you be with our employees, keep them healthy, keep them safe, our constituents, our citizens, that you truly have power and control over all. Please also, Lord, we have a special prayer today. We ask you to reach out to our local school district, Lexington 2, as their hearts are heavy today, and put your hand on the people and guide them through their difficulties. As always, bless our first responders that keep us safe daily and keep them safe and responsive, and help them to do the things that you allow, and to the great things that they can do daily. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Those of us who join us on a regular basis or who watch online know that we have a special thing that we do to start the council meeting, and that is that we have a veteran lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Today, as he comes up, I will tell you a little bit about this veteran. This is Assistant Police Chief Jonathan Von Moltke. He was in the U.S. Army from 2010 to 2012. And the U.S. Army Reserve from 2012 to 2017. He was a corporal and a squad leader in the 338th Psychological Operations Unit. He received an honorable discharge in 2017. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have public comment regarding items on the agenda.
Yes, Mayor, we have 7 people signed up. First, we have Robin Reese, item 9.
Thank you.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. I cannot believe I'm having to come to council on a vote for a $400,000 troll. Unfortunately, I do understand the vision of an art city. We are not Greenville yet. We could be Greenville, but we have a long way to go. This is putting the cart before the horse. We have 5 of you. We have 5 officers per shift that we expect them to go from Emmanuel Church Road to Bluff Road to keep us safe. How is that possible when we are having all of this and we're wasting $400,000 for a troll? I've asked, how is that going to benefit the citizens of Cayce? Oh, it's going to bring people in. Do you really think that people from Forest Acres, Blythewood, all of them are going to travel here to eat and visit a troll? How is that going to help us? When you think about it, we have great places to eat, but you're passing high-end restaurants to get here. This is not Gatlinburg, where you can go to Anakeesta, go visit the trolls, and run down and have you a nice steak dinner. They're going to come here, visit the troll, and then go get them a nice dinner somewhere else. We're not going to benefit from it. There's so many things that this city needs, but we do not need a troll right now. If your vision is to make us a Greenville, I'm all in. Let's do it. Let's get our musicians out here. Let's get something besides 2 events a year. But $400,000 is irresponsible for y'all to even consider a troll that probably will be vandalized, or probably a termite will get it, or there's not going to be a function that you're going to generate the money to compensate our tax dollars that you're spending on a troll. There is, our law enforcement, bless their heart, you call them, they're there. But there's 5 of them on a shift. And you expect them to come from Emmanuel Church Road to Bluff Road and think we're safe? It's a hospitality tax, I understand that. But that hospitality, what's happening with the football game, all that comes through. Our police officers need help. We need more officers. We need safety. Why not put the money in our parks? Why not start investing in us instead of a $400,000 troll? I keep repeating that because I cannot believe any of you would sit here with the community at Cayce to waste that much of our tax dollars. That is a shame, and I ask you, do not pass this. It is not the right time. If we had higher income, we have had bigger businesses or whatever generating to cover it, I could understand, yeah, let's sprinkle a little sassy on our city and bring it in. But we're not there yet. We are not there yet. We need more people to come to our city, but the troll is not the answer. And I do appreciate you giving me this time to speak with you, and I hope that you will listen. They're not going to come to our restaurants. We love our restaurants. They're good to us. But do you really think they're going to pass high-end restaurants to come visit a troll to eat what little bit we have? I encourage you to bring more businesses. I encourage you to do more fine art stuff, embrace our musicians or whatever we have to get the people here. Then we might consider to be frugal and throw away $400,000. But for a troll right now with all the needs that our city has, I am very surprised that any of y'all would sit here and vote yes for that. But I do thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Reese.
Next, excuse me. Next is Joe Long, item 9A.
Mayor Parton, members of council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Long, third-generation Cayce resident, former USC cheerleader, and commercial art graduate. For those who don't know, commercial art is art in the service of promoting, selling, and advertising products and brands. Tonight, I'm here as an enthusiastic cheerleader in support of the Thomas Dambo Trail Project. Because of my degree, I don't just see an opportunity to install art. I see a capital investment asset and a tourism draw with a 365-day-a-year return. Thomas Dambo Trail is commercial art at its finest, a world-class sculpture that promotes, sells, advertises Cayce to the world every single day. First, credit where it's due. Mayor Parton, thank you for the vision. Council members All and Rose, thank you for planting the flag at the February 3rd meeting by moving to authorize negotiations with Thomas Dambo for a trawl right here in Cayce. And to Councilmember Thomas and Mayor Pro Tem Carter, thank you for making it unanimous. That one vote to pursue the first Thomas Dambo Trail in South Carolina sent a message, and Cayce and the region heard it loud and clear. Because here's what one unanimous vote did. Within days, WIS, WACH, WLTX, the Post and Courier, ABC News 4, and Cola Today all picked up the story. An estimated 40,000 in publicity for before a single piece of wood hit the ground. People were already on social media tagging friends saying, "There's one coming." That kind of organic excitement before a single piece of wood has been placed tells you everything. As someone trained in commercial art, I can tell you that kind of coverage can be bought, but Cayce didn't have to spend a dime to get it. No ad agency, no media buy, no campaign budget, just one bold idea and one unanimous vote. That is the power of big thinking. and Cayce hasn't spent a dollar yet. Up to $355,000 was the motion, funded entirely outside the general operating budget through accommodation and hospitality tax, TIF revenue, a potential sponsorship, generating the projected economic impact equivalent to 3 to 10 holiday parade of lights, operating 365 days a year instead of one evening. No property taxes, no general fund, purpose-built money for a purpose-built opportunity. That is smart business. Cayce would be the first city in South Carolina to host one of Dambo's works, a distinction with real marketing value. The window will not stay open forever. You moved the ball down the field with that unanimous vote in February. Tonight, take it across the line. Get the terms right, protect the city's interest, and bring the troll home. Cayce is ready. Thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Next, Clyde Alley, item 9A.
Good evening. My name is Clyde Alley, and I'm here to discuss the troll. My concerns are in the form of project planning. Project planning, first you research and properly economic study the feasibility to Cayce cost. The possible site, 3 to 5 maybe. The questions, how will the sculpture affect the surrounding areas? Should other municipalities be involved or not? Cost. Will the public be safe going to this location? Will the public be safe at the location? Security. What is needed? Is it fencing, cameras, or a person? Cost. What's the advantages and limitations of the site? Pros and cons. Cost. Required maintenance? Cost. Advertisement of the troll. Separate or special website? Cost. Transparency to the public. Design phase. Communicating to the sculptor. On his website, he has a forum to start the process with him, and there's a waiting period. Discussions with him, all possibility sites to be visited by him. He needs to see them before he makes the selection. Sculptor approves the best site with you, the design of the troll and the sculpture to be built, the size, the shape, cost. Review all materials needed for construction, cost. Transparency to the public. How the construction will be done, weekdays, weekends. Construction crew, volunteers are hired, cost. Are the volunteers going to use tools? They do. What's the liability? Cost. Transparency to the public. Pre-construction phase, preliminary estimates and funding, public and private, both, cost. Possible contingency plans. Whom in the city is responsible? Will there be a construction manager, start to finish? Cost. Transparency to the public. Active construction, site preparation, construction materials on site, construction schedule with the volunteers, construction power tools needed, and construction changes, contingencies, and transparency to the public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Ron White, item 9A.
Good evening, everyone. It's Ron Wright, and I'm here before you once again to express my concerns about the troll. First, this should not be discussed in executive session. Even if legally permissible to do so, and I'm not an attorney, I can't speak to the legality, it should not be handled this way. You're considering spending public dollars on a sculpture that will be on public property. This is public business. It deserves a public discussion. If you insist on handling it in secret behind closed doors, it's reasonable to ask, what are you hiding? What do you not want us to know? But moving on, I've seen a lot of posts on Facebook. I'm hearing claims, misleading claims, comparisons to justify spending $350,000. I can't refute every one in my 5 minutes, but here are a few. We're being compared to cities like Asheville, Raleigh, Charlotte. Asheville, huge tourist city. We're not. Neither is Columbia. Raleigh, Charlotte, big cities, very large metropolitan areas. Columbia is not that. Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. So I'm thinking, well, where in the world is Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, aside from Minnesota? Had a little bit of research revealed that it is a huge tourist town. It is a regional summer and winter recreation destination attracting large number of tourists and seasonal residents each year. Tourism is the area's chief industry. That's not Cayce. That's not Columbia. And this is my favorite, Coastal Maine Botanical Gardens in Booth Bay, Maine. They claim after they installed the trolls in 2021 that it paid for themselves 100 times over. 100 times 350,000 is $35 million in 5 years or less. It's preposterous to suggest it's going to generate that much money. These comparisons simply aren't applicable to Cayce. They're at the very least misleading, if not intentionally deceptive. Moreover, how many visitors this will draw in is certainly debatable. Regardless of the numbers, they'll be more likely to stay and dine in Columbia, like in the Vista or even West Columbia. We have very few nice hotels, only one right at the moment, one under construction. At the moment, no fine dining, although one's set to open very soon. So most of the revenues generated from hospitality and accommodation tax is going to likely accrue to mostly Columbia and some to West Columbia. We should not spend our tax dollars to subsidize them. Now, if you could do this with private funding, it'd be a different situation. You still need to consider things like safety issues, noise, privacy, parking, those types of things. But if you could take into consideration all those things and do it with some combination of grant money, private donations, crowdsourcing, whatever, that would be different. But you should not spend $350,000 of our tax dollars on it. Our tax dollars would be much better spent elsewhere. Whether the troll is here or not, my suggestion is to spend it on a general facelift and improvements in the Riverwalk. Phase 1 of the Riverwalk's a little over 20 years old now, showing significant signs of wear and tear. It's looking pretty shabby in a lot of places. Look at the picnic tables, the benches, the bathrooms. It needs some work. So I think that's where our A-tax and H-tax money should go, not for the troll. Once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and share my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Next is Rena Esclamore. Item 9A.
It's Renee Eshelman.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Renee Eshelman. I'm president of the Cayce Arts Guild. And as you might expect, I am in support of anything art. And we're excited about the prospect of having this sculpture in Cayce and think it will be a great indicator for the area, for the state, for the world, that this is a great place to be and that we have the vision to move forward in supporting the arts and continuing with the Cayce Arts District that has been very instrumental in promoting the arts in the area. So thank you for the consideration and be assured that we will do what we can to support with this and volunteer as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eshelman.
Chip Salick, item 9A.
Chris, Council, Mike. I spoke at the last meeting and gave a lot of details, but what still troubles me is I'm disappointed that this is still in executive session. I thought that when we met last time, we explained our dissatisfaction that it was in executive session And here it shows up on the agenda again, executive session. I've been coming to these meetings for the last 2 years. I made a commitment to myself and my family and the residents that I know. I was going to be involved in the community, and so I made a commitment, and I've been to every single council meeting in the last 2 years. I've sat here and I've watched and listened to all of you discuss contracts for services, for purchases, for maintenance. And they weren't in executive session. They were in open session. This is executive session. Okay, so the transparency thing is where I'm really troubled with and disappointed. Why the transparency isn't there, you all will have to tell us that. You've had enough time since the last meeting to put out stuff with your public information officer or whoever with the Cayce website to give details on what your research has really been. What did you find? I've done a lot of research, more so than I really wanted to. And what I found is that the majority of these things, most of these things are put in already existing tourist designated places. As much as I would like to say Cayce is a tourist destination, right now it's not. One day it may be, and I hope it will. And I hope I live long enough to see it. But I don't know the urgency that we are in to provide a sculpture from Thomas Danbo. I've read all about him. He's 46 years old. His goal is to have 1,000 of these across the world. He's got, I think, 272. He's been doing it for 12 years. I'm happy for him, but I don't think now is the time for Cayce. We can use that money to take care of the services that we have now that we're not taking care of. Byron, I've been to some of your meetings, and some of the people there expressed how the Riverwalk is eroding in places, how the Riverwalk needs maintenance. It needs done. That money can be used for that. That money can be used to enhance the Riverwalk that we have, okay? It can be enhanced for the Timmerman Trail. It can be enhanced for the gateways that come into our community. We had a perfect example this past weekend. We had 2 events this past weekend. One of them was a music festival at the Speedway track over here. A couple thousand people showed up. We didn't have the wherewithal to make sure the grass was cut along the highway in the median and the trash picked up. It was disgusting. And we showed that to the couple thousand people that showed up for that thing. The second thing we did this weekend is we had the Big E schools at our Cayce tennis courts with a tournament with their parents, a few hundred people. We didn't even have the grass in front of the tennis center cut and manicured and cleaned up and the weeds pulled out of the beds. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, that belongs to the Lexington County Recreation and Aging Commission. You know what? Nobody knows that, and many people in this room may not know that because the signs all say Cayce Tennis and Fitness Center. That's what they remember. They stayed at the courtyard across the street, a manicured piece of property, and they walked across to an unsightful venue that we have. So we had 2 opportunities right there underneath our nose, and we had no action. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We're not taking care of what we have now. We're not enhancing what we have now, but yet we want to consider spending $355,000 plus. That's just for the troll. You're going to have other costs involved in that, okay? So I'm just telling you, it's not a good idea. Now's not the time. If a lot of these places have gone and gotten private investors to fork over the money. If we can do that, if you want to put up a campaign, I'll be glad to help you do that. As long as it's private money and not coming out of the H&A tax base, I'll be glad to help you. Because that's what a lot of other people have done. They've gotten private investors. They've gotten people who've got money, got deep pockets, and they put it into this project, and it's been successful. But again, keep in mind, these trolls are designed to go in current tourist destinations. Again, as much as I'd like to say we're not. If you Google the top 10 tourist destinations in South Carolina, Columbia is number 8. We don't show up. Columbia is only number 8. And you've already heard the other reasons where people are going to come and go and eat dinner and stay in hotels and things like that. So I won't do that. I know I'm probably up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salek.
Vicki Davis. item 9A.
Hey guys, I'm Vicki Davis, Capital City Lake Murray Country's Executive Director. Your Regional Tourism Board just celebrated 45 years of being the destination marketing organization for the state of South Carolina. I do want to talk briefly about the installation and by Thomas Dambo, what that does mean for tourism and someone like Cayce, South Carolina. And we do have a counterpart in High Point, North Carolina, which it's not in Asheville, it's not in Charlotte, it's not a big, tourism draw. Furniture, maybe, they do have that twice a year biannual event, but it's not just art. It really is proven tourism driver. From a comparable installation in High Point, North Carolina, received media attention from I Like Sunday Today with Willie Geist, Garden and Guns, Southern Living, just to name a few. Per the counterpart in High Point, this is the following data. Visitors traveled from multiple states, North Carolina, Virginia, Florida, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Over 53,000 visitors since November of 2025. And so that's exactly what we define as a destination-driven visitation. People are choosing to go somewhere specifically for this experience. The marketing impact, that's pretty immediate and it's massive. That same project, 5.1 million Facebook engagements, 819,000 Instagram reach, over 500,000 PR impressions across 31 media placements, a 10.3 click-through rate on campaigns. That number is exceptionally strong. Click-through rates over 3% are strong, but a 10.3, one of the most important indicators, people are planning trips, itineraries around the trolls. They are road tripping across states to find them. So what does that mean for Cayce? They do helps with hospitality, accommodations, and don't forget not just hotels, but short-term rentals. It's a reason to stop, not just to pass through. It's family-friendly, shareable attraction, built-in marketing engine powered by visitors themselves. When people come, they do eat in those local restaurants. They shop in the shops. They explore the Riverwalk, the surrounding assets. We give them a reason to stay, and we multiply that economic impact. So our role at Capital City Lake Murray Country, market it regionally beyond those 50 miles. That is what the accommodation tax funds are designated for. Get people to Cayce. Turn it into itineraries, overnight stays, leverage digital, PR, partnerships, and ensure that Cayce, South Carolina is positioned as a must-visit destination. So bottom line, it's not just a creative project, it's proven to drive tens of thousands of visitors, generate millions of impressions organically, and create real economic impact for local communities. And really, if Cayce doesn't do it, another entity will come along nearby and do it. So with the right marketing strategy, this becomes a powerful tool to bring new visitors and new revenue to Cayce, South Carolina. Thank you for your time, and appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Somebody? Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have a presentation of the key to the city, and if I could get council to join me on the floor. Perfect, thank you. Yes, love it. Teamwork, it's great. So yes, we want to capture every word of this. So if we could, would Miss Ann Malpas join us up here? Y'all give her a round of applause. So she said, some people told me a story. I think there might have been an opportunity to lure her here under false pretenses. And so I would love to actually have her family come stand with her. Y'all want to come up here too, please? I know, you've got the whole room, I love it. Yes, y'all come on up, come stand with her. Or stand whatever you want, yeah. Awesome, great, thank you. So I think we might have pulled off a surprise here, which is absolutely lovely, and there's some great words to share about this wonderful person. So this is a letter that we received. Dear Honorable Mayor Parton and members of Cayce City Council, it is with profound respect and deep gratitude that the Women's Club of Cayce, with support of the General Federation of Women's Clubs, South Carolina, current and past presidents, is recommending Ann Malpas for consideration for the key to the city of Cayce, for her lifetime of service that has left an enduring imprint on the heart, spirit, and future of our community. Y'all need to stop crying. Y'all gonna make us all cry. For 6 decades, Ann Malpas has exemplified the highest ideals of civic devotion. Her leadership, compassion, and steadfast commitment to service have touched nearly every corner of life in Cayce through education, literacy, volunteerism, philanthropy, faith, and community tradition. Her work has not merely supported the city of Cayce, it has strengthened it. As the 50th year of the Cayce Memorial tree lighting that kicks off Christmas in Cayce approaches, it is fitting to honor the guiding force behind it for the past 4 decades. Ann has chaired the event, which is sponsored by the Women's Club of Cayce, and secured the entertainment over the years, including choirs and bands from Cayce schools. As a response to the growing need in the community, Ann founded the Cayce Cares Initiative almost 20 years ago that takes place during the tree lighting event. Through her leadership, the Women's Club has raised tens of thousands of dollars and collected countless truckloads of non-perishable food donations for God's Helping Hands and the Scooter Scott Ministry, ensuring that the season of hope is shared with those most in need. Another example of how she raised funds was through securing a GFWC-SC Progress Foundation grant for paving the concrete picnic area in the back of the police and fire departments of Cayce City Hall, so the officers could have a place to grill and relax. Most recently, she wrote and secured a grant for the Scooter Scott Snack Pack program, which benefits Lexington II students. A cornerstone of Ann's legacy is her unwavering dedication to the Women's Club of Cayce. Since 1973, she has served in nearly every leadership role, including 3 terms as president. She fills in for roles whenever needed, even when she does not have time, which is always. She is the de facto club historian, parliamentarian, and arbitrator. In 2020, she was a recipient of the General Federation of Women's Club Jenny Award, which is the only national honor the organization bestows upon individual members. Recipients must possess a high commitment to the organization, the community, and to family, and is awarded on a national level annually for personal excellence and a lifetime of service. Her influence reaches beyond Cayce through her leadership with the General Federation of Women's Club of South Carolina, an international organization where she has played a vital role in preserving the historic Sims Stackhouse Mansion located on Laurel Street in Columbia, South Carolina. Through grants and fundraisers, she has helped secure funds to keep the historic building in preserved condition for generations to come. Ann's commitment to literacy and education spans generations. She graduated from Winthrop College University in 1964 with a bachelor's degree. In 1971, she earned her master's in education from the University of South Carolina. This led her to her distinguished career in public education, which includes 42 years, I'll say it again, 42 years with Lexington II School District. Her teaching career included schools in Cayce, such as Claude A. Taylor, and historic Cayce Grammar. While teaching at Cayce Grammar, her husband was serving our country in Vietnam. During her career in education, Anne served at Lexington II District Office as a district reading consultant, district language arts consultant, and director of federal programs, where she secured grants for Lexington II, which benefited Cayce schools. After retiring, she served as consultant for Educational Resources Group and supervisor of student teachers at the University of South Carolina. Additionally, Anne has held every leadership position in Alpha Delta Kappa International Sorority for women educators. She also served as past president of the Columbia Area Reading Council, where she has been a member for over 50 years, as well as being a member of the South Carolina State Reading Association and the International Reading Association. In an interview for her granddaughter's school, raise your hand, because she's very proud of you. She talks about you a lot. Anne was asked when she knew she would be a teacher, and her response was, "I always felt led to be a teacher because I felt I could make a difference in the lives of students." She knew what she wanted to be at 13 years old. This foresight and experience in education has shaped educators, students, and families throughout our region. Anne has been a lifelong advocate for libraries, particularly the Cayce West Columbia Library, founded by the Women's Club of Cayce, where she serves as the vice president of the Friends of the Library and on the Lexington County Library Board. She is instrumental in raising funds and is always volunteering with their programs. For those who know her, they are very aware that education, career, and community involvement mean nothing to Anne without the foundation she has in friends, family, and faith. It would be remiss to mention her accolades without including those facets of her life. Anne was raised in Union, South Carolina by parents she deeply loved, as shown by her devotion to them as their caregiver in the final years of their life. She moved to K Avenue in Cayce in 1967 after marrying her high school sweetheart since the 10th grade. He was in the 11th. Bob, on December 16, 1966. The Malpases are the proud parents of 2 children, y'all can raise your hands, and 4 grandchildren. Anne rarely misses cooking on Sunday for the whole crowd, including her 3 sisters and in-laws. This brings us to faith, which is the true root of Anne Malpace's life. Anne grew up in the church and has always relied on the faith that brought her there. She is actively involved at State Street Baptist Church in Cayce, where she became a member in 1967. No, help me. Thank you. She has been on every possible committee that has existed and teaches Sunday school and children's church. She initiated the Jimmy Quinn Memorial Scholarship at the church in 1993, where a Lexington II student benefits from the award. Therefore, the Women's Club of Cayce respectfully requests the mayor and city council's consideration of Anne Malpace as a recipient of the Key to the City of Cayce in recognition of her 60 years of dedicated service, community involvement, and enduring love for our city and surrounding community. Her lifelong commitment reflects the very spirit of Cayce and has made a lasting impact on generations of residents. Without further ado, the key. Let's give her a round of applause. they want to hear from you.
I am overwhelmed. This was truly a surprise. I thought I was trying to get my family here to honor my daughter, but gracious. When I saw my sisters come in, and y'all need to stand up and let them know, there are 4 of us. When I saw them come in, I thought, I don't think I invited them. Well, here we are. This has been such an honor, and I appreciate it so much. I'm overwhelmed. I really am. The time that I have spent in Cayce, and I am a true advocate of this city, but the time that I have spent here has been quite an honor, and I wouldn't live anywhere else. It took me a while to sort of get used to living here after being in the conservative part of the state up in Union, but it's a wonderful place to live, and I wouldn't take anything for it, and I hope I can have some more years to come. It sounds like this is the end, but it's just the beginning.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate all of your being here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, would you like to say anything?
It's been a long time since we first met each other at a church in Union. And it just went on and on from there. And we wound up, of course, getting married and having 2 wonderful kids and now 4 grandkids. It's been a great life. We've lived here, I guess, longer than maybe anybody else I know. And it's really been a joy to be a part of the city of Cayce. And I think Ann deserves everything you've noted her for today. And I appreciate your recognition.
Thank you. Yeah. Did you want to say anything? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Women's Club, come on up, y'all. Okay, that was spectacular. Next, we have discussion and approval to amend the May 5th, 2026 council meeting date.
Mayor, staff has no reason to amend the May 5th council meeting date unless council chooses to do so.
Thank you. Just a notice for the public, I have a prior work engagement that will be out of town that will keep me from that one. So we can move it if we want to make sure everybody's here, but I'm certainly okay leaving it in our capable Mayor Pro Tem's hands. So. Okay. We have consideration and approval of a financial participation agreement for the fiscal year 2027 State Victim Assistance Grant.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Council's approval is needed for the City of Cayce. We're applying for a State Victims Assistance Program continuation grant through the South Carolina Attorney General's Office to support the services for our victims of crime. The city has received this grant funding since 2023, which has been instrumental in supporting the work of the city's victims advocate. If rewarded, the upcoming grant period will run from October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027, and this grant is needed to help fund those programs that assist the victims in recovery and ensure their rights are protected. Staff is requesting approval of the financial commitment to submit a grant application. The grant requires an 80-20 match, and the program is operated through the city police department. The proposed 80% of $67,536 from the state, and we would match it with $15,394 for a total of $82,970.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
Motion to approve the staff recommendation, Mayor.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call the question.
Councilmember All,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Carter,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, thank you, so moved. Next, we have discussion and approval of ordinance 2026-03, amending the zoning map and rezoning property located at 1511 Meeting Street. This is tax map number 5764-01-013 from C3 to RG2. This is the second reading.
Yes, Mayor and Council, again, second reading of an ordinance to rezone the property 1511 Middle Street from C3 to RG2. The property owner is Habitat for Humanity, is requesting to rezone the property at 1511 Middle Street from C3 to RG2 to allow for construction of a single-family home. The RG2 zoning district is intended to support residential development with a variety of housing styles. In contrast, the C3 zoning district is meant for commercial areas like Knox Abbott and State Street. The location of the subject property does not resemble those commercial corridors, making the C3 zoning incompatible for this area. Staff plans to address similar zoning inconsistencies through our work in the Unified Development Ordinance, or UDO, and we'll have discussions with other property owners as well. Staff find that the request of RG2 zoning is consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan, given the property's location and the surrounding residential uses. The Planning Commission has unanimously recommended that City Council approve the rezoning of the property from C3 to RG2.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
Mayor, motion to approve the rezoning of the property from C3 Central Commercial to RG2 General Residential.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, I just want to thank Habitat for Humanity for their continual investing in the city of Cayce, and the joy knowing that some amazing people are going to move to this city, have an opportunity to own a home. For those of us that own homes, you know the joy when those keys get handed to you. It's a priceless opportunity, and so thank you so much for Habitat for continuing to invest in our beautiful city. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the question.
Councilmember All,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Carter,
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you, so moved. Next, we have approval to enter the following committee-approved minutes into the city's record. You have before you the March 4th, 2026 Cayce Historical Museum Commission minutes.
Motion to approve Historical Museum Commission minutes of March 4th.
Second.
Thank you. You haven't had a second? Okay, good, thank you. Any discussion? I'll call the question.
Councilmember All?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Carter?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you, so moved. Next, we have appointments. We have Events Committee. There are 2 applications before you. There were actually 4 open positions. You have an application from Ms. Felicia Thomas and Ms. Vanessa Moda.
Motion to approve Felicia Thomas and Vanessa Moda to the Events Committee.
A second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call the question.
Councilmember All?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Carter?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you, so moved. Just a quick note, we do have a number of open positions, so if you know of anybody in the city, please get them to come and join those folks. We have 2 more positions on the Events Committee. We have 2 positions on the Accommodations Tax Committee. There are some guidelines around who can be on that one, but all this information is in our council packets and also on our city website, so please check that out. And then also, same thing for Standard Technical Codes Board of Appeals. That one, there are 2 positions open, and we do need people to help with that one. That one, again, has some particular, most of our committees don't have any particular requirements at all, but those 2 are ones that do by law, not our law, but state law. So do check those out. We would love you to spread the word and come join us on those committees. It's a great way to get involved in the city. Okay, next we have council comments.
Wait, the city manager report, Mayor?
Oh, Sid, thank you.
No
City
problem.
manager's report.
No problem, ma'am. I'll be very quick. The Cayce Public Safety Foundation has a chicken dog fundraiser. It's on April 23rd. It'll be from 4 to 6 p.m. This does support our first responders here, so please get dinner from them. And it's wonderful, and of course, it's cooked by the wonderful chef of Officer George Jeffco. It's wonderful, so please take a thought and have dinner out that night. Also, we just had a big presentation, of course, from the Women's Club of Cayce. They have the Hot Flash 5K on May 2nd, which helps support them and all the things that they do. So if you feel like running the 5K, please reach out and support them. They'll love to have you. And then lastly, Mayor, we have the Cayce Employee Appreciation Luncheon will take place on Wednesday, May 13th. So we're all looking forward to that.
Great.
And that's
Thank
all I
you.
have. Thank you, Mayor.
Council comments?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. So regarding the Hot Flash 5K, very, very excited for it. The Women's Club of Cayce do an amazing job, so I'm very excited. As far as I know Councilwoman Aud and Councilwoman Rose are signed up, so and I'm training very hard to make sure I don't become in last place. So I'm very excited, so thank you so much to the Women's Club of Cayce for bringing that amazing 5K to our city on the Timmerman Trail. It's Earth Day, if you didn't know, so happy Earth Day. I just would love to say, hey, ever since I've been on council, the community have stepped up with helping remove over 1,100 pounds of litter from District 2 from our beautiful city. We're going to continue that effort because I'm a true believer. Litter anywhere in our city is a reflection of us, especially when we have tourists. They see litter everywhere. They're going to think our city is a very littered city, and I don't want that. So if you're free on Saturday, May 9th, Mother's Day weekend, at 8:30, we'll be meeting at the Refuge Church at 100 Old State Road in Riverland Park, and we're just going to spend at least 2 hours just picking up litter in Riverland Park, making it beautiful for everyone there and along the river walk. So if you love to pick up litter or you just love serving, please come out. We're going to have a fun time making our city more beautiful. Last October, I brought up about the golf cart ordinance that our state has allowed cities and towns and counties to participate in. And a lot of cities across our states are enacting their own golf cart ordinance. So I do want the public to know, for transparency, West Columbia has sent me a copy of their ordinance, and I've shared it with everyone up here because I wanted everyone to see what West Columbia was doing. It's very important that our city take up a golf cart ordinance. Cities across America love to look at the federal government or the state or the counties and look, hey, can y'all give us more opportunities so then we can represent the voices of our constituents? Because a lot of the control might be at the county, the federal, or the state level. Well, when they do give us that control, we need to take advantage of it. And there's a big golf cart community on the avenues. And to my knowledge, majority of the avenues are located in Cayce, South Carolina. As you can tell, the weather's getting warmer. I'm already starting to see a lot of golf carts, come out and about. So West Columbia is starting on theirs. I would love for us to create our own golf cart ordinance, but also to consider what they've done, because we know there are some people on the avenues that could just jump and they're in West Columbia. So I think it would be wise for us to look at what they've done and consider that, so then there can be some reciprocity between both cities. But I really do hope that we can get a golf cart ordinance passed before summer, because we want our golf cart community to know we hear them. I know, it's okay, Tiffany. She has, she represents the golf cart community too. But no, yeah. So I really do urge council and for us to take this up, and Mike, just let us know what we need to do to give you that direction, so then we can get forward and we can allow our constituents to know we hear them, we see them, and we want them safe on the roads. But hey, if you got a golf cart, go enjoy it. And then I've partnered with the Cayce West Columbia Block Party Committee to help bring resources to their fun, festive Cayce West Columbia Block Party that's held on Saturday, June 13th in the afternoon on James Street in the city of Cayce. This year, Prisma Health will come out from 12 to 4 p.m. and they're going to give free blood pressure screenings to anyone that shows up. So if you haven't had your blood pressure in a while, please come out and get it checked, because your health matter, you matter, and it's free. And they also have amazing food and music, and what better opportunity to get to know your community than at a block party. So I just really challenge everyone out there, come out from 12 to 4, get your blood pressure on screenings, and then get some free food and enjoy the rest of the beautiful day. And finally, I know we've had lots of discussion, and before I got a text and massive amounts of calls before the council meeting, I at least want to express how I feel about the Troll project, and I really appreciate all the calls I received, the emails, the text messages. I just want everyone to know I hear you, and I respect you, especially the people in the art community. So I really appreciate you reaching out to me, taking the time to write to me, and I hear you. So I've had a lot of constituents obviously reach out to me about this, and sadly they were very displeased with the lack of transparency from this project. We do pride ourselves up here a lot saying we're a very transparent city, so it is disappointing to hear that our constituents feel like we're not being transparent enough, because we want to be a transparent city, because that's not a form of customer service, making sure you know how we're handling your tax dollars. We want you to trust us. That's what government's supposed to be. We take your tax dollars, no matter what form, and we want you to know how we're spending it wisely. So, like one of the presenters said, Ms. Vicky from Lake Murray Country, it is true. High Point, the city of High Point, they have indeed had significant increases to their tourism because of the Troll. I've done a lot of research myself. Every city has seen dramatic increases to their tourism because of that Troll. There is a mad following of that Troll, and I feel really confident to say, with the way the city of Cayce we're positioned, if you look, we have I-26, we have I-77, we have the airport, Columbia and West Columbia and the surrounding cities, our area is becoming not an area that you just drive straight through. We're becoming an area where people actually consider spending the night here or staying the weekend. So do I think this Troll could increase our tourism and economic activity? I do believe that. I do believe that. However, just because I believe that does not mean I don't see the fiscal responsibilities that I share as a councilman regarding the funding of it. So I just want to give a little breakdown from the research that I've done regarding this project. But first, I do want to advocate for my constituents that have reached out to me about some of the questions that they've had that sadly I could not give them in regards to whether the $355,000 is the full taxpayer exposure, what's the long-term maintenance responsibilities are, what's the confirmed private funding or partnerships is this? Like, do we have any partnerships going with this project? So I received a breakdown from the Visit High Point. They're a tourism agency for the city of High Point. They gave me the information that for their troll project, a private donor covered 76% of the cost, up to $300,000. Another foundation covered 4%, which was $15,600. And the remaining 20%, $74,400, came from the Visit High Point. It came from them. However, that money came from High Point, like the city, in a form of a tax. So they're just like an entity like Lake Maury Country. We send them a tax, and then they decided to use those a tax dollars on the troll project. But it wasn't the city of High Point that led that project. They used private funding, and then they used the funding that they already had to accomplish that project. They also told me, watch out for hidden costs that you have to, and to also watch out for the conversion, because they informed me that you have to convert the euros to US dollars. Currently, I checked today, the euro is $1.17 to the US dollar. I mean, for 1 euro is $1.17. When they did their project, the euro was a lot lower, and they were also able to save a lot of money because when they were doing their project, Raleigh and Charlotte was also doing their project, and so they got to ship everything at the same time, which allowed their shipping costs to be a lot cheaper. I don't know any other city in South Carolina that's doing this the same time as us, so I don't think we will get that luxury. Finally, they informed me that it's very important to have your ducks in order. Before they signed that contract, they made sure they had donors locked down. They had pledges from them. They knew they could not do it themselves. So, we have a contract sitting in front of us. As of right now, I don't know if we have any potential donors, but they make sure to tell me, hey, you have to have your ducks in a row because you never know how much these costs are going to cost. And obviously, they're not the city of High Point. They're the tourism entity. So we're running this ourselves. So as far as I know, we don't have any investors going along with this outside of your tax dollars from the A and A tax. I was informed that Charlotte, because they also have a troll, their troll was funded privately through an economic developer. That's why I was informed. Raleigh also has multiple trolls. Their trolls at Dix Park was brought forward by the Dix Park Conservancy, a nonprofit that raised private donations to fund the project. The structure is also designed. The structures are designed to naturally biodegrade, but there could be some maintenance costs that you have to potentially put forth to the project. That's what they informed me. I contacted the Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, went all the way up north. Their nonprofit, Project 412, brought multiple trolls to their community. It was fully funded through private donations, using multi-year pledges, with the city providing land and equipment, but no direct funding came from the city regarding the artwork. What these examples showed to me is that these cities that have these trolls, they were built on partnerships. They were led by nonprofits or tourism agencies. They had lots of donations. None of the cities took the lead on these projects, which is what we're doing. So before we move forward, we need full transparency for our constituents. Y'all deserve that. I truly believe that. Clear finances. Everyone deserves to know how much this is actually going to cost. And a structure that reflects responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. That's how we ensure we're making a full informed decision and how we maintain public trust, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that y'all, our constituents, trust us to make these decisions. So that is the information I have at this time, and I can't wait to go into executive session with my colleagues to discuss this and come out with who knows what action we take. So just thank you so much for your time, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nobody? Okay, I got a couple things. First of all, if you look on our agendas, you'll see that we've added some, meetings and events, which is really great. I appreciate those being added. But Mike, I would love if we could make sure it's inclusive, because we missed telling the story about a lot of the things the museum's been doing. So they just held a great event about the Catawba clay and understanding the pottery, some really interesting stories and history there. They also offer tours in the 12,000-year history park all the time. That's all over in Councilman Carter's district. And those are trainings that have been put together by the National Park Service. So they're really amazing opportunities to learn about the history that's right at our back door, but that is a big part of the story of our nation. Tomorrow night, there is another event that is part of the Cayce Historical Museum. It's called the African American Legends, and it's a really great night. It's held at the Lexington 2 Innovation Center. It's from 6 to 8. Please come join us. Last year, we learned about the Cayce resident who connected Cayce, the Smithsonian, and the Vatican. So it's really interesting stories that get told, and it's a great evening. So come join us tomorrow night from 6 to 8. And then finally, Friday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, we will have a candlelight vigil for Officer Drew Barr, who we lost in the line of duty. So if you're not out there with us, think about us and think about him and the way that he lived his life. His family was always very focused on celebrating the way that he lived his life, which was very impactful. He started out as a volunteer firefighter when he was a teenager, and then loved working with the city of Cayce. It was his passion. An absolutely amazing individual, a hero, as many of our heroes that we have in the room with us today. So please come and join us or think about him on Friday morning, because he lived in a way that made us all better. All right, next we have executive session for discussion of negotiations incident to a proposed contractual arrangement with artist Thomas Dambo for the creation and installation of public art within the city, including at the Riverwalk or another city location, and receipt of related legal advice as permitted by the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. We also have receipt of legal advice relating to claims and potential claims by and against the city and other matters covered by the attorney-client privilege. Do I hear a motion to go into executive session for said reason?
Motion to go in an executive session for A and B, Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. I'll call the question.
Councilmember All?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Carter?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you, so moved. And just a note for the public, we move over to another room for executive session, but then we'll come back in here. So no action gets taken in executive session. As you know, it's all contracts and legal matters that get covered in executive session as always. But please stay through the action that will follow this. So we look forward to seeing you shortly. so no action was taken in executive session except to come out of executive session. We have a possible action to approve a contractual arrangement with Thomas Dambo for the creation and installation of public art within the city. Is there a motion regarding that agenda item?
I make a motion to continue this matter. After discussing in executive session, we have decided to put together a presentation for the public with the details of the contract on Monday, April 27th at 5:30 PM.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. I just want to first thank everyone that's still here because we've been back there for like 3 hours. And I just want to thank my colleagues for, a great discussion about the issue. Sadly, I will be voting no, but more so not because of the transparency part. I'm proud of them for wanting to do that, to give our citizens answers, but just from the research I've done with what the other cities have done, no city has led this project. It was due to their tourism or a nonprofit or done privately. And I just feel like that's the direction we should go in. And I respect everyone's decision or idea on how we should move with this project forward. So I will be a no. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure, thank you. Anybody else? Phil, you look pensive.
Ma'am?
Oh, you good?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Just
I'm
making
sorry.
sure.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. It's late. I'll just say that, I appreciate everybody's voice and communication. Our citizens got done dirty earlier today. There was a text that went out to residents in our city, and it was full of disinformation. That text said, "At a time when families are dealing with rising costs, this is not where our money should be going." Well, that's a lie. It's actually not using taxpayer monies. It's using H-tax and A-tax money and those things. So it's different. And that disinformation confused a lot of people. So it's important to this council to do what we've done all along, which is be incredibly transparent. We put out a press release when we were merely having conversations about it because we wanted people to know how transparent we were doing and that we were having these conversations. That's what's important, is to make sure that people know. Usually when cities are in conversations for a contract for something, they don't necessarily say that on the front end. They say that when they're at the point where they're taking action on a contract. But we went above and beyond and sent out that press release back in February when we were just having conversations, and we'll continue that. So that presentation is meant to give a lot of information and help people to know what it is and what it isn't, so that people are informed. And if they don't like it based on being informed, then that's a separate matter than the disinformation that they got sent today and that they've heard from some other people. So I appreciate Chip Salak saying that he would help us with sponsors. That's a fun, big part of this. So your voice has been heard, and the thing that I've heard the loudest from people, even after that disinformation campaign went out, I still got a whole bunch of yeses. People who understood what it was and what it wasn't, and who wanted to make sure that we were doing what we could to actually reduce your tax burden, which is what this does. So we look forward to have that conversation with everybody, and to do the things that this is designed to do, which is to bring our community closer together. So I'm thankful for all the conversations that we had tonight and the communication. That's an important part of being a functioning council, and that's our commitment to our residents is to, be able to have those conversations where we're being honest about things, about how we've been transparent. And, and there are cities that have done this themselves. So there's some good information that, we can make sure to be really honest about and let people know what it is and what it isn't. And we look forward to seeing you all on Monday. So I'll call the question.
Councilmember All?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
No.
Councilmember Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Carter?
No.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you, so moved. Next, we have possible action, if any, relating to claims or potential claims discussed in executive session as appropriate and as permitted by law. I don't believe we have anything for that agenda item, so I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I'll call the question.
Councilmember All,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Carter.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Everybody have a good night.